Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. A Wednesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 9 races are scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes is fast. Got about 54 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the first race, number 2, Hey Pal, is 1 over. Race number 2. No changes. No changes in races 2 or 3. No changes in races 2 or 3. Turn over to race number 4. Number 4, Rockstar Casanova, 2 over. Race number 5. No changes. And no changes in races 5, 6, 7, or 8. And in the 9th race, number 7, Saratoga Banker, the riders 1 over. We just got a late jockey change in the first race. That was the reason for the pause, by the way. In the first race for number 6, I'm Solo and in Love, Joel Cruz. Joel Cruz, the new jockey on number 6, I'm Solo and in Love. That's a look at the scratches and changes here at Finger Lakes. Track is listed as fast. 52 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave will be next. Have fun and good luck.
All right, welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Don't adjust your set. I got a little sunburn yesterday. Actually kind of matches the colors up there, so I guess I'm okay. Had a really nice day yesterday. Of course, we had a great day here on Memorial Day. Memorial Day, what a day. And it was a great feature. And came down to Antonio Venice and the Brad Cox trainee 10-cent town. Ray Lou Gutierrez is able to get the victory. Ray Lou had 2 wins on the Memorial Day card. Of course, so did Louis Perez with 2 wins. Of course, Ray Lou winning the feature event, the George Barker Stakes. We got kicked off with our first stakes race of the season on Monday. A lot of festivities. It was good to see the grandstands full of people. I had a lot of fun on Monday. Yeah, we got 9 races today. Remember, we canceled yesterday. So this will be our other day of running this Memorial Day week. 9 of them today. And I was looking at next week's cards, Monday and Tuesday. Monday's probably the best card of the season so far. I like both of those cards coming up next week. So we're getting into the season here. We're scheduled to run Monday through Wednesday next week. We got a pretty good card today for the 9 races. Pretty competitive anyway. In some of these races. We do start off with an allowance race that goes a distance of a mile. This one is a never 1-2 condition. And it's a tricky race. They're older horses. Mission Critical is pulling out all the stops. This is usually when you're desperate and giving up on a horse. Say he's not running, let's just do all this. Gelded him. First time gelding. Added blinkers. First time blinkers. First time Lasix. Of course, that's normal because he's now a 3-year-old. He only had the 2 3-year-old races, and yeah, he was in against some tough horses. You see, Arctic Beast, that was the horse that beat him in the Damon Runyon Stakes. Remember Arctic Beast that ran here? What an impressive horse he was, winning our stakes races. So no shame in losing to those rivals. He does face older horses for the first time in a sense, but you got to think this is probably an easier spot than the last 2 restricted 3-year-old races that he was in. So I'm going to lean here to Mission Critical. Got him on top. An interesting one is a horse off of the claim. He's stepping up in class, but he's going a better distance. I'm talking about Sweet Tone, who's 8-1 morning line. Now, he's got a lot of turf form on this horse, but it's mostly distance. And 6 furlongs seemingly was too short for Sweet Tone, but I thought he ran absolutely huge. If they went 6.5 or 7 furlongs, he would have beat Nikos, who was the big favorite in there. Well, he got bet too. But I like the move. His claim for 11 moved to the conditional allowance race. He's still got conditions, and he wants to go long. As long as you can keep this horse in route races. And I think he can win today. Even though, is he the longest shot? Yeah, he's the longest shot on the board, morning line. And I got him second because I just think, even though he ran good and was a claimer, and he is stepping up in class, it's more of, he's going to like the distance. You'd love him if it was 11-9, but I like him a little at the allowance level. It's horse by Tonalist. Hey Pal is the tricky read. Now, obviously he could go the mile. He won going the mile in dominant fashion to break his maiden over a muddy racetrack. How good is he? His last race was in the New York Stallion Series. Didn't run too well. You see the Esprit. Esprit is, we're getting used to the breeding on the dam side. Got the half, Eros' Girl, I think Shake It for the Bird. A couple of them, Shake It for a Bird runs today. I think Eros' Girl runs on Monday or Tuesday. But Hey Pal's got the breeding. This is a good distance for him. But it does seem like his best effort was on an off track. So he's going to have to run that well on a fast track if he's going to beat these older horses. First start as a 3-year-old. There's some things to like, obviously. I like this type. I mean, who's it? Ferraro's got 2 of them in here. He's got Hey Pal, who's got some class. I'm Solo in Love. It's making his first start of the season. I did just get a jockey change, by the way, on I'm Solo in Love. Big rider change. He got Joel Cruz. Now I'm going to take a second look at that one. All right, let's look at the second race. See that we're having some graphics issues. But I'll keep saying my numbers. The first race, 3, 5, and 2 in the first. Second race, 5,000 claimer going 5.5 furlongs. Yeah, I like the move. Blue Eyed Scout, I kept saying it last year. I said, I think this horse needs to take the blinkers off. I think this horse needs to take the blinkers off. Well, they didn't take the blinkers off. So today, after a terrible race in Aqueduct, of course she's overmatched there, she drops to 5,000, and the big thing, takes the blinkers off. I mean, you can see by the form, her best races was before they added blinkers. They added blinkers, ran 2 horrible ones. I'm surprised they just kept the blinkers on after that. Of course, I mean, it could be other factors in there. It was Saratoga, muddy racetrack, but I like the move of the equipment change. I've been waiting for the move for the equipment change for Blue Eyed Scout. If this horse wins easy, watch this horse go up in class, is keep the blinkers off. That's what she needs. The biggest threat to me was the one Lady Banker. She's dropping in class for her first start of the season, and gets Jackie Davis today as well. And I just like the move dropping. You know, it is a layoff, but very well-bred horse. She's by Central Banker out of a dam by Bellamy. I'd like to see this horse run long. At least a mile. Not necessarily long. I just like to see the horse run a mile. Problem is she's had a lot of chances. 1 for 22 in her career and with 7 seconds. But still, there's nothing else to like in here. A lot of them are off a layoff. I mean, you look at from a fitness standpoint, there's only 2 horses that have run this year, and Blue Eyed Scout, that was back in February. So really, the only one with recency would be the 4, Stella Brown, and it's hard to like her off of her last race. So I went with the 3 going for glory. At least she's got a New York background where she was running against maidens there. Her last couple races aren't great, but it's not like she's that badly beaten against 5,000 claimers, and you got a pretty good layoff trainer in Bill Bartlett. I'm obviously not going out on a limb in the first or the second race here, taking the 6-1-3s. It's probably going to be favorites. Okay, third race, an allowance race, going 3/4. Lord King appears to be the inside speed of the race. I don't know if Magic Beach can run with him. I'm surprised Magic Beach showed as much speed as he did last time. But I still don't think that's fast enough to go with Lord King. But it is 6 furlongs. And if this horse gets softened up a little bit, he usually stops. Well, he didn't stop last time against a pretty soft field, but it's also 5 furlongs. So he's got to go an extra furlong today. If he's out there clear and easy on the lead, they probably won't catch him. He'll be able to relax. But if somebody presses him like Magic Beach is able to go with him early, and it's 3/4, depending on how this track plays today, he may get a little bit short because he does show that he stops in the maiden races in New York. I think that's the key. How much pressure he gets early, also how this track is playing. Rockin' Money, I think I'm going to give up on taking this horse on top after the last race. He truly looked like the winner coming down the stretch, and he simply hung. He came over, saw the other horse. If he didn't see the other horse and stayed in the middle of the track, he probably would have won. There's nothing wrong with the trip he had, sat back, made the move at the right time, but then saw the other horse when he came on the outside, and he hung behind him. Problem is he draws the rail. He's going to get a trip, especially if Magic Beach is able to keep up with Lord King. He's going to get a perfect trip, and if Lord King stops late, maybe that'll keep him from hanging. The horse's speed on the front is getting really tired. But he did hang last time, and that's my issue with Rockin' Money, and that's why I took him second. Otherwise, I would have took this horse on top. He's better than these horses. He just doesn't want to win, or he's just got to get the rider to keep him from seeing the other horse late and keep him away from him, because that was the issue last time. The 4, Montauk Memoirs, he's had chances. Took him a while to break his maiden, but he didn't run badly last race. Obviously, Rockin' Money was better, but he can improve off of that race too. Another Salamini that runs pretty well. And if he keeps up with his numbers, it's hard not to see him in the top 3 or 4. Got him third, depending on how this track plays. The other one I was going to use in there was the 6, gray-haired Gus. He's been off since September, but his running style at 6 furlongs is good as long as they back up a little bit to gray-haired Gus. And he didn't run a real bad race. He just kind of tailed off at the end, and it seems like he didn't really want to. I don't know if he wants to go long or not. I shouldn't say that because he did have a mishap at the beginning of the route race that he was in, so it's a forgivable horse. So if I'm using 4, I'm going 2, 1, 4, 6, but there's only 6 horses. Okay, 4th race, 11-9 claimer, going 5.5. It is a never 1-2 condition. I like Rockstar Casanova here. I mean, he's not going to beat the winner last time. He was in against, of course, both him and the White Sport Coat's going to run next week. We're in against a pretty tough Italian-named horse that won 2 in a row, and you weren't going to beat that horse. So draw a line through the last race. Everybody was just kind of chasing in there. The race before was a good 3rd-place finish behind Frickin' Frack, and that was going too short at 4.5 furlongs. I like 5.5 for this horse. It's going to be an interesting pace scenario where he might find himself on the lead. That's the one issue with the 4th race. There's not a lot of speed. I actually thought Rockstar Casanova could be the one to get the lead in a relatively paceless field. And 5.5 just seems like a good distance. The big thing is there's no Pagina in here. So Spirit is probably the biggest threat. He's a half to a couple stakes place horses. He's coming off a maiden victory. Another one by Salamini. Hasn't done much wrong. Classy enough, winning for 16. But always a red flag when these horses come in here. At least it seems like a good spot for So Spirited. I'm going to use it for second. And Connect the Brox is more of an underneath type, whether it's going short or long. You would think he'd want to go long with his breeding, but he seems like he's a better horse going short anyway. But it's hard to say. He's 1 for 35, but at least he hits the board going short. Good horse to use underneath when you're playing exactas, tries, supers. He always fires, but he just doesn't win. And I do think 6 furlongs is probably his best distance, not 5.5. Probably 7 furlongs would be the best distance. I don't know if he wants to win, though. Okay, 5th race is a good one, a real good one. It is a optional claiming race. 30,000 is the tag, or there's a condition of non-winners of a race since a date. Looking at it, you do have a couple in here for the tag. Uranium, the 1 horse for 30,000, Busting Away, the 7, 30,000. Ironically, those are the 2 horses I got first and second. Bustin' Away is the outside speed. Figure Scacciatore is the inside speed, but he's off a layoff. I think that's going to favor Bustin' Away. Now, this could be considered a big jump up in class from the race he's out of. I know that was the 2 State Bred that he was running in, but the 2 State Bred wasn't bad. I mean, Puckish was in there, and so was Prince of Truth. They were decent horses for the condition. He was running against open claimers at Tampa. This is the toughest spot he's been in a while since he ran for the 3 State Bred in the fall of last year. But I do like the pace scenario in this race for Bustin' Away. Again, he could improve off of that race. I know the race probably still isn't good enough to beat this field. But from a pace scenario, if he's outside Scacciatore, who may need a race, takes over, maybe he can win race number 5. I'm looking at Uranium. Who really is the class of the race? I mean, other than Mandatory, but Mandatory's been off too long. And fitness. Uranium certainly has fitness. He's more of a distance horse, so I'm not sure about the 5.5 furlongs. But then again, 5 furlongs was too short for him last time, and he didn't break all that sharp, but that field was super tough. And I mean, so is this one. But one of the things, even though this is a tough field class-wise, one of the things is a lot of these horses haven't been out this year or haven't had much activity this year, where Uranium would have a big fitness edge running against really tough optional claiming allowance horses going long at Tampa. Again, 5.5 would be my only issue going too short with this horse. He doesn't have any early speed, and there's not a ton of speed in here. But class-wise and fitness-wise, this horse looks awfully tough. And at 12-1, isn't he worth throwing in there? I think so. Yeah, Scotchatory's off a break. The issue with Scotchatory, although he ran well, he ran second to Pompous Prince last year. He only had 3 starts in the last 2.5 years. And they were all last year. Only 3 starts in 2025, wasn't seen in 24. So if you're going to take this horse as the favorite, as the 3-1 morning line favorite, and he can win, don't get me wrong. He's you look back at 23, he's easily the best horse in here. But that's an issue when you haven't had a lot of activity and you're coming off a layoff again. I think you're expecting too much, making him the favorite in here against a pretty good field. But it is a race. Who do you make? Who is going to be the favorite? Who is the horse to beat in here? Because a lot of them are coming off a layoff. One thing I've noticed, though, over the last week or so, even though we started off with the horses, the normal fitness edge speed of 4.5, but the last few days, it seems like the fresh horses are still running pretty well. We even had that fresh horse going long win for, who was it, Caitlin Gunnarsson the other day, and Emmanuel Di Diego. So I'm going with a 7-1-3-2. Pompous Prince, man, putting in a 6 furlong work. Probably gets that from his father. I like that move, and had a bullet work before that. He's just, yeah, he does good at the distance, but he's one that's clearly at the mercy of the pace. A couple horses that are at the mercy. Crypto Causeway, obviously at the mercy of the pace. He may need one. Pompous Prince, judging by the works, he may not need one, but he's at the mercy of the pace. You got Hey Hey Harry, could improve off of his last race. It's a really nice race, race number 5 for the 30,000 optional. Actually got both horses in for the tag, 1-2. All right, 6th race, a maiden race, going a mile. Hard to go against Beach Invasion. It really is. I mean, I'm looking at it. To me, Wisecracker was the biggest threat, but the problem with Wisecracker is he's 0 for 19. So do you have a lot of faith that Wisecracker is just going to shoot out there and keep going? Or will Beach Invasion just stay close enough and wear that horse down? It's interesting with Beach Invasion. When you look at the form on this horse, the last 3 races where he's gone long, he's hit off tracks every time. Before that, he won a sprint, and that was a race back in December where he went 6 furlongs. So this horse has not had a lot of experience on fast dirt tracks going long, so tough to gauge. And you got to go back to when he was a 2-year-old. He actually ran pretty decently, ran 3rd going a mile on a dirt track, and they ran less than a minute 40, dirt fast track. He's good enough to win here. I got him on top. He's Wisecracker for 2nd. On paper, looks awfully tough in here. And he ran huge in his first start off the layoff to be 2nd there, despite Rodney saying that he wouldn't hit the board. He still owes Chris Progno a cup of coffee. Don't be getting up in the morning waiting for that cup of coffee anytime soon. I say that to Progno. The 3 Solo Flight, going to use the horse for 3rd. Stretches out to what should be a better distance after a couple sprint races. Those distances are just too short, especially the 4.5. What do you say? At least Wisecracker probably liked the 4.5 more than Solo Flight did. So Solo Flight does have a chance to turn the tables on that rival for 2nd and maybe be a threat to the top choice as well. Going to go with the 6-4-3 in race number 6. All right, 7th race, allowance race going 5.5, and yeah, there's a horse that just pops out at you. The problem is I can't take him on top just because it's been too long away from the races. I mean, he's got it. Obvious class running in the two other than allowances, optional claimers in Saratoga and New York. Problem is he hasn't been seen since running at Saratoga last July. Long layoff. The dam's a half to C-Span was a multiple stakes winner. He's the obvious horse on paper, but I'm not taking him on top just because it's just not my thing, taking horses like this off that long of a layoff. Too long. Just too long. But I'm going to use him 2nd. An interesting one, kind of stepping up in class in a sense, is Kegs. I mean, he was running against 5,000 claimers last year. I think he got better as the season went on. Ran pretty decently against open 8,000 claim. Actually won an 8,000 race at Tampa. That's good enough to be competitive here. It is kind of a step up, though, in a sense, where he's running against allowance from where he was running last summer. So the question is he classy enough? Is he good enough to beat these horses? He's going to be in a good spot. And he has some fitness. Listen, I don't know if he's as good as a couple of them in here, but I think timing-wise, with his numbers lately and with his fitness and how good he's been, I mean, yes, he's been facing cheaper, but he runs well, and he's a win machine. I mean, what is he, a 5-time winner in 2025? So I'm going to take a shot, even though this is tougher than what he's faced, that Kegs is good enough to beat this field. If he's in contention late, he's got the nose for the wire, and he may hit the wire first. So, yeah, there's some question marks. Skylar Starship's off a layoff. Newport Bridge is off a layoff. He's got his off the long layoff. This time, yes, is coming off not as much of a layoff, but still a layoff since January. So he's got the recency. I'm going to go with him on top. Skylar Starship I'll use for third. Yeah, any of these horses I thought would left could get third. What the Skylar Starship is, he ran a good second last time sprinting at 5.5 furlongs. Then the route just wasn't good enough against those horses. But he was running against some good allowance fields when you look last summer. Again, it's just a question of the layoff for Skylar Starship. And one of two in here. I mean, you got Ferraro's got Kegs and Skylar Starship. Both of them could kind of play in this 7th race. All right, moving right along. Remember, we got 9 today. That reminds me, the pick 5, they'll start in the 5th. I'm used to starting in the 4th. So 5th race, last 5 races of the day, late pick 5. That's the carry. Remember, we had the carryover into Monday's card. Congratulations if you hit it. It paid pretty big. The irony is, the pick 4 actually paid more than the pick 5 because there was only the one ticket, just different pool, just the way it was hit. A lot of people played it, but congratulations. The picks paid pretty big. I think it was Matt Clark that lit it up with an 8-1 shot. I think it's 7-1 won the last. Well, there's no question who the speed of the race is in race number 8. Seems Like Destiny. He'll be on the lead as far as he goes. Pagano is going to be the one that's probably sitting second or third behind Seems Like Destiny. And it's just a question of, can he wear him down? Seems Like Destiny can be tough on the front end if left alone, but it seemed like last year somebody always caught him late. And he seemed to get a little bit tired late in those races. Granted, he was up against some good horses. Burning Beauty's no slouch. He looks at some of the other ones that beat him. Mr. Ripple, Philmonic. They're good horses. I think that one was also a Nick Cito horse. I like how Vagano's run here in local races. I mean, you look at last year, he's ran the 3 lifetime allowance. He did finish behind Seems Like Destiny in that race, but it's all about Seems Like Destiny getting brave on the front end late if left alone, or if Vagano, at a perfect distance for him, chases him down. That's where I see the race, and I'm just going to lean towards Vagano chasing down Seems Like Destiny, because he seemed to get chased down a few times last year. The other one I kind of liked as a long shot, who runs well here, is Not For Nothing. Maybe Not For Nothing's better than dirt, and we don't realize it because they kept running him on synthetic before, but now ran all season at Finger Lakes last year after running absolutely huge on a cutback to run second in the Tin Cup Challenge Stakes. There was another race last year that this horse would have won, but he had to take up and was blocked and ended up, I think, 4th that day. But he came back and won in the mud at odds of 17-1. He's caught a muddy racetrack every time he ran at Mahoning Valley. This is actually the first fast racetrack that this horse will have going back to last October. don't overlook not for nothing in this spot with Stephen Frett, the giant killer. All right. Let's finish out the day with the 9th race. Why not? 11-9 Claimer going 5.5. And I always say Emerald Forest is at the mercy of the pace. Even at 3/4, he's got to chase down the speed. And it seems like they have to ask him a little bit to get into the race. But he does like this distance if it works out for him and he's got something to run at. You got to think he's going to have something to run at, as you got the very quick Sharp has in here, and you got speed types of Saratoga Banker and Almondro to make sure Sharp has goes quick if he wants the front end. He's going to have pace to chase, basically. You got to throw out the last race if you're back in Emerald Forest. Maybe he didn't get the scenario he needed, but today he does. So no excuses for Emerald Forest. Thought the main threat with the pace scenario would be the 2 Solos Fury. I don't think he's going to show speed like he's been showing in the sprints. Those are slow fractions. He's not as fast as these other horses, so if he does try to send with those other horses, he's going to get tired. I like this horse with more of a stalking type trip. Now, last time he won was at this distance where he did stalk and chase down the speed. I could see more of a trip like that he had on November 24th, because it is a lot of speed in here. I mean, Sharp has could be the speed of the speed. I know Saratoga Banker's pretty fast too, but he's outside of him. I don't know if Almundra is as fast as the other two, so he'll probably be more of a stalking chase position. But Sharp has and Saratoga Banker may battle, and neither one of them look like they want to sit and run. They're both speed types. Both need the lead. But at least one thing to say is Sharp has breaks inside of Saratoga Banker. Similar form. They're both coming off wins with the waiver claim in the 1 in 6 month condition, and now they're both stepping up and mean in business, going a little further at 5.5. Who's a little classier? Well, actually, if you look at it, they both have similar profiles. I just like the fact that Sharp has is inside that other one. And I also kind of like the trip Almondra is going to get. You know, Jackie knows this horse. He got run down last time, just came up a little bit short off of the layoff. Wasn't able to open up on Fighter Kite, who was well meant, had been facing tougher. I think this horse will be sharper today. It's just a matter of the right kind of trip, because he's not going to get the lead unless he outbreaks Sharp Hazard. He's not as fast as those rivals. But he could be in a good position if the other two stop and he could take over. That would be an ideal scenario for Almundro. I mean, they got him as the favorite, 5-2 morning line. I just, because of the pace scenario, it's not ideal. Like last time when he was absolutely low in speed, it's hard to like him as the favorite in here, although he could possibly get a different kind of trip right behind the speed instead of being the main speed, and he could be sharper today. Those are my selections for today. Just keep in mind, no live racing the rest of the week. Looks like I like both Monday and Tuesday's card. Monday's got a great card for you. That'll be our next live racing card. Of course, we're always open for simulcast wagering. You can come and see me on the weekends. What do we got this week? From Churchill, Florida Tracks, Gulfstream. If you're bored, come out and play the races. And then we continue live racing on Monday. Monday through Wednesday next week. Mondays will be at 12:55 first post. And I'll see you then.
horses coming on the track. Race number 1 from Finger Lakes. Number 1, Instant Success at Emmanuel de Diego. Number 2 is Hey Pal and Cabercoa. Number 3, Mission Critical and Andre Worry. Number 4, Sunday's Currency and Raylu Gutierrez. Number 5 is Sweet Tone and Luis Perez. And number 6, I'm Solo and in Love with the jockey change to Joel Cruz. Track is fast here at Finger Lakes. First race in approximately 3 minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate. First race from Finger Lakes. First of 9 races on this Wednesday. I'm Solo and In Love to the outside. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Instant Success, Hey Pal going out for the lead. Sunday's Currency 3 wide. Mission Critical had to back off the pace in 4th. Sweet Tone, Green Cap outside deep on the course in 5th. And 3 lengths to the trailer. I'm Solo and In Love as they navigate the first turn. It's Instant Success on top by a neck over Hey Pal on the outside in 2nd. A length and a half to Sunday's Currency right to the outside of Mission Critical. They're 3rd and 4th. Sweet Tone 3 wide up the backstretch in 5th, 3 lengths off the lead, and a gap of 4 lengths to I'm Solo and In Love at the back. First quarter, 24 2/5 up the backstretch. No change of the order. Instant Success at Hey Pal still 1st and 2nd. Sunday's Currency camped on the outside. Now Niggled Upon to keep up in 3rd. And then it's Mission Critical towards the inside. Sweet Tone is 4 wide. And I'm Solo and In Love is at the back. The opening half in 49 and a 5th. Entry into the far turn. Instant Success at Hey Pal with 3 furlongs to go. 1st and 2nd. Sunday's Currency being asked to go after the lead right here, right now in 3rd. Sweet Tone outside in 4th, then 4 lengths back to the trailers. I'm Solo and In Love and Mission Critical as they arrive at the top of the stretch. And Instant Success shrugs off Hey Pal at this point in time as it's Sunday's Currency is bearing down on the outside, now up into a joint 2nd. Sweet Tone, Blue Blinkers, about 3 lengths off the lead as they run down to the 16th pole. Instant Success on top by 2 over Sweet Tone and Sunday's Currency. Here comes the winning line. Instant Success in a photo there with Sweet Tone. And then it was Sunday's Currency and Hey Pal. Number 1, Instant Success held on. Over the 5, Sweet Tone. 3rd, number 4, Sunday's Currency. 4th, the 2, Hey Pal. Back to the winner's circle. Number 1, Instant Success. New York bred, 3-year-old neck run gelding by Instant Grand. Out of Lot of Honey, Joseph McMahon and McMahon, and Ralph D'Alessandro, the trainer, or the owners, excuse me. Ralph is the trainer. And Emmanuel De Diego, the winning jockey. McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, bred Instant Success. Upset winner at 6-1. Time for the mile, 141.13. $15.72, the winning mutual. Exacta $56.66. Trifecta $79.40. Dime Super $46.43. Second race from Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time race 2 in about 21 minutes at 1:25 p.m.
A great way to start the day, a 3-horse photo finish in the opener that went a distance of a mile. Instant Success, Sweet Tone, and Sunday's Currency, all three of them involved in that photo, but it was Instant Success. Took over the lead and somehow held off the other two challengers. E-Man Emmanuel Di Diego gets a victory for Ralph D'Alessandro, but really tight finish to start off the day. Second race, 5,000 claimer, going 5.5. This is a number 1-2 condition. I'll start on the outside with the 6 Blue-Eyed Scout, who will take the blinkers off. Been waiting for this horse to take the blinkers off. She's been running pretty decently against higher claimers and allowance horses up until her last race, where she didn't fire at all. So she returns here and, again, takes the blinkers off. But the big thing is dropping to 5,000 and couldn't have caught a weaker bunch and horses that are coming off the layoff. At least she's got a race in February. The only other horse that has a race in 2026 is the 4 Stella Brown. Everybody else is coming off the layoff since 2025. This is a little bit of an advantage for her. Lady Banker's the one horse she drops in class for her 2026 debut. She was running against the 11 to 9s last year and hitting the board consistently. She isn't really been a win machine in her career. She's 1 for 22 with 7 seconds, but she hasn't run much at the bottom either. So this is a big difference when you run against the cheaper horses, and she's a well-bred horse that could be a big factor in here just because it is 5,000. Another horse coming off the layoff is the 3 Going for Glory. She broke her maiden at Saratoga for 30,000, but hasn't hit the board since facing winners. Her numbers aren't bad. They're very competitive from last year. And keep in mind, every time she's faced winners here at Finger Lakes, she's caught off tracks. So today, at least she'll get a fast racetrack. We'll see how good she is if she's sharp enough off of the break. That's some of the contenders for race number 2. Maybe we'll have another close finish here. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double Pick 3 starts with this race.
On the track, race 2 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Lady Banker and Jackie Davis. Number 2, Aram Carliani and John Barrios. Number 3, Going for Glory, Chris Russell. We'll go to the 4, Stella Brown and Michael DeVilla Jr. Number 5, Change Order, Nasario Alvarado. Number 6, Blue Eyed Scout and Stephen Frett. And there's the 3, Going for Glory and Chris Russell. Post time in a few. 2 minutes. Approaching the gate. And the fillies and mares have arrived at the gate for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 fillies and mares going 5.5 furlongs. Outside, inside are the favorites. 7-5 right now, number 6, Blue Eyed Scout. 8-5, number 1, Lady Banker. Going for Glory. Up into line, half the field loaded up. Stella Brown, change order, and Blue Eyed Scout still behind the gate. Change order. Blue Eyed Scout. Going for Glory is Fractious. Looks like we're going to have a delay here. Jockeys are hopping off. Got a late scratch in here. Scratch number 3 going for Glory. Number 3 going for Glory is a late scratch from this second race. Scratch number 3 going for Glory. There'll be a short delay. Loading up once again for race number 2, down to a field of 5 with late scratch of number 3 going for Glory. Aram Carliani going up into the gate. Stella Brown, Change Order, and Blue Eyed Scout. Three to 5 on Blue Eyed Scout. They're all in the gate. And they're off, taking up after the start, Aram Carliani. Stella Brown, Blue Eyed Scout, Lady Banker, these three peel out for the front. Change Order is urged to keep up in 4, 3 lengths off the lead. Then a gap of about 6 lengths to Aram Carliani in the 5th and trailing position. Blue Eyed Scout takes over from Lady Banker at the half-mile pole. Change Order improving on the outside 3rd, now up into a joint 2nd. Stella Brown shuffled 4th, 5.5 off the lead, and 3.5 lengths to Aram Carliani, who trails. First quarter, 22 3/5, 2.5 furlongs to go. Blue Eyed Scout on top by about 2.5 lengths. Change Order and Lady Banker both under pressure, 2nd and 3rd. Stella Brown deep on the course in 4th, and Aram Carliani has trailed throughout as they reach the top of the stretch. Blue Eyed Scout comes off the turn, leading by 4 lengths. Over Change Order outside 2nd. Lady Banker drops back in 3rd. Stella Brown's in 4th. They run to the 16th pole. It's Blue Eyed Scout in charge here. The lead's about 4.5 over Change Order is a clear-cut 2nd, but 2nd best to Blue Eyed Scout, the 1-2 favorite. 3rd place, Lady Banker. 4th, Stella Brown. Six, 5, 1, 4, number 6, Blue Eyed Scout first. 5.5 furlongs, 106.31. You are reminded there was late scratch in the 2nd race of number 3, Going for Glory. Number 6, Blue Eyed Scout, did go off as the 1-2 favorite. Back to the winner's circle, number 6, Blue Eyed Scout. New York bred, 4-year-old bay filly by King for a Day out of Lou Claret. Green Tree Stables owns. Dana Saul trains. Stephen Frett, the winning jockey. Larry Botting bred Blue Eyed Scout. $3.18 the winning mutual. Regular double, $35.14. Consolation double, $15.74. Trifecta, $4.11. Dime Super, $1.88. Exacta, $18.18. 3rd race, Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and pick four wagering. A pick four starts on this third race, and you got about 19 minutes to wager. Post time for race three scheduled at 1:57 p.m. And a claim in race two, the one Lady Banker was claimed. New owner trainer Ralph D'Alessandro. Ralph D'Alessandro claimed the one Lady Banker race two.
All right, get ready for race number 3. No doubt about that winner. That was Blue Eyed Scout, who drops and pops, drops to 5, takes the blinkers off, and gets the victory. Combination of the two leads to the easy win. That was Dana Saul getting the victory. Stephen Fred aboard for that easy score. Look at the third race, an allowance race, number 1 2 condition, going 6 furlongs. What appears to be the speed of the race, the 2 Lord King, is getting a lot of the play at odds of 6 to 5. The issue with Lord King has been sustaining that speed, as he has had a tendency to stop against the better maidens in New York. Went shorter and came here against a little bit easier maiden special weights. And at 5 furlongs, he actually put up a good time in 58 and change and went unchallenged. The big question is, can anybody run with this horse early? Can Magic Beach at least keep this horse honest? Because if he doesn't, it may be tough to catch Lord King. He might be able to relax out there. But he does have to go 6 furlongs. But if able to relax on the lead, he'll have a tough time catching him as he looks to make it 2 in a row. The one horse is Rockin' Money. Rockin' Money obviously fits in the condition. Ran a good third, but it was 4.5 furlongs. Just kind of ran evenly. Last time looked like the winner. Probably should have won, but ended up hanging in the late stages. So it's one of those timing things of getting past the last horse. He's never won at this distance, but at 3/4 this field, he should be able to sit a nice trip in behind the speed of Lord King. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the pick 4 starts with the third. You got about 5 minutes to post.
Coming on the track, race 3 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Rockin' Money and Capercoa. Number 2 is Lord King and Raylu Gutierrez. Number 3, Vino's Valentine and Oscar Gomez. Number 4, Montauk Memoirs, Jeremias Flores up. Number 5, Magic Beach, Joel Cruz. And number 6, Gray-Haired Gus, Kevin Navarro in the irons. Post time in just a few. 2 minutes. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the gate for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go 6 furlongs. Favored 4 to 5, number 2, Lord King. Vino's Valentine going up. Magic Beach, gray-haired Gus to the outside. Backed out Montauk Memoirs. Gray-haired Gus is in. Now we just wait for Montauk Memoirs, reunited with jockey Jeremias Flores. And they're all in the gate. Montauk Memoirs fractious once again. And they're off. Half a step tardy, Rockin' Money. Lord King blazes out for the front end. Magic Beach goes with that one in second. Gray-haired Gus in third. Vino's Valentine towards the inside in fourth. Then it's Rockin' Money, who's towards the inside fifth. Now up into fourth. 3 lengths off the lead, up into third. And then at the back, Montauk Memoirs at least 14 lengths off the lead of Lord King with a half mile to go. Lord King has the lead by just about a length. Magic Beach prompting outside second. Rockin' Money towards the inside in third. 3 parts of a length back to Vino's Valentine, who races in fourth. 2 lengths Gray-haired Gus in fifth, 7.5 lengths off the lead, and then about 12 lengths to Montauk Memoirs, who's at the back of the pack as they wind their way to the quarter pole, and Lord King has a big lead. The lead's about 5.5 over Magic Beach, and the white blinkers second, Rockin' Money, red blinkers towards the inside in third, and then it's Vino's Valentine and Gray-haired Gus as they run down to the final furlong. It's Lord King on top by 6. Rockin' Money's up into second, but is all out and no threat to the leader, and that leader is Lord King. Lord King, the 1-2 favorite, wins under a hand ride late. Lord King, much the best. Rockin' Money second, close for third. Gray-haired Gus to the inside of Vino's Valentine. Two, 1, and a photo for third. Number 2, Lord King first. Third, number 6, Gray-haired Gus. Fourth, number 3, Vino's Valentine. 6 furlongs, 111.68. $3.02, the winning mutual. Dime Super, $2.77. Double, $6.86. Exacta, $5.70. Trifecta, $6.66. Back to get his picture taken, number 2, Lord King. New York bred, 3-year-old bay gelding by King for a Day out of Higher Incentive. Oh, Happy Days Stable. And Peter Colon, the owners, Luis Gutierrez, the trainer. Ray Lou Gutierrez is the winning jockey. Peter's also the breeder of Lord King. Onward to race 4, fourth race, Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time race number 4. In about 20 minutes at 2:29 p.m. And good news, next week we will be racing all 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. First post at 12:55. 3-day race week is confirmed.
All right, coming up on race number 4, and yeah, unchallenged was that one. Made it look easy. That starts off the midday pick 4. We go to the 4th race, and we start at pick 3, daily double, 11-9. Claimer is the 4th, going 5.5. Start with the 4, Rockstar Casanova. Just comes out of a better race. Nasuna Pagina, who won that race, much the best. A good-looking performance. So everybody's chasing, and this one was out there with the pace. So he's going to get tired as that one goes by and discourages his chances. Well, his previous race of 4.5 wasn't bad. He's running against some better horses and catches a softer field. But the big thing here, there's not a lot of speed in this race. And there's a good chance that this one could inherit the lead in a race that's just absolutely paceless. And he's going to get some play at odds of 3-5. The 2 So Spirit is probably the main threat, and he's the only other one they're betting for trainer Linda Rice. Comes off a maiden victory for 16, horse by Salamini. He's a half to a couple of stakes place horses, and it might just be getting better. At least he comes in for 11-9 and not dropping in for 5. So he looks to make it 2 in a row. And he's certainly got the talent coming off a 112 in New York. So really the only 2 getting bet. The only other horse not in double-digit odds is the 3 Connect the Brox, and he's more of an underneath horse anyway. He's had a lot of chances. He's 1 for 35 in his career. But when he comes here for 5,000, he hits the board a lot. He's more of a horse that's at the mercy of the pace, sits back, makes one run, and just kind of hangs around. I can see that happening here and then making it into the try. Exacta Try Super Daily Double, and pick 3 starts with the 4th. Got about 6 minutes to post.
On the track, 4th race at Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Well Suited and Luis Pena. Number 2 is So Spirited and Oscar Gomez. Number 3, Connect the Bronx, Jeremias Flores. Number 4, Rockstar Casanova, Cabercoa. Number 5, One More Rep, Raylu Gutierrez. And number 6, Ragtime Prankster and John Barrios. Post time in just a few. Two minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate for race 4 from Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate, race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Rockstar Casanova going in, one more rep, and Ragtime Prankster. Even money on Rockstar Casanova. 9 to 5, number 2, So Spirited. Ragtime Prankster to the outside. They're all the gate. And they're off. It's Rockstar Casanova who rushes out for the lead. Ragtime Prankster far outside in second. One more rep in third. So Spirited is in between horses in fourth. 3.5, 4 off the lead. Then well suited towards the inside and connect the Brocs 3 wide. Those back 3 are about 4.5 lengths off the lead. And the lead's being set by Rockstar Casanova, who leads this group into the turn. The lead's a length over. Ragtime Prankster comes to tackle outside second. One more rep under a little bit of pressure in third. A length to connect the Brocs outside in fourth. And it's well suited second last. And 4 lengths to So Spirited has been shuffled back to the tail of the field. As they arrive at the top of the home stretch, and Rockstar Casanova is doing it nicely. Has a lead by 3 open lengths over Ragtime Prankster. One more rep continues around the extreme outside, and then it's Connect the Brocs, who's in some tight quarters and had the check. Well suited, scrapes the paint as they run to the 16th pole. Rockstar Casanova has the lead by 4. Over one more rep, and well suited second and third. In deep stretch, it's Rockstar Casanova, your favorite, who prevails. One more rep second, well suited third. Ragtime Prankster fourth. Number 4, Rockstar Casanova first. It's a photo for second. Stewart's inquiry and jockey objection. The objection is 3 versus 6. 4, 5, 1, 6 unofficially here. Rockstar Casanova not involved in this inquiry or objection. Maryland bred, 3-year-old chestnut colt by Engage on a Rockstar Girl. Dam Sire's Dream Racing Stables owns. M. Anthony Ferrero trains. Keeper Koa, the winning jockey. Dam Sire's Dream Racing Stables bred Rockstar Casanova. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a disqualification of number 6, Ragtime Prankster, who's been disqualified from 4th and placed 5th for interference to the 3, Connect the Brox. So the new order of finish, 4, 5, 1, 3. Once again, number 6, Ragtime Prankster, disqualified from 4th and placed 5th. Let's take a look at the DQ. Ragtime Prankster is in the pink and lime green. Connect the Brox in the blue silks worn by Flores. Number 6, Ragtime Prankster comes over right there into the path of the 3, Connect the Brox, causing him to check. That's the reason for the DQ. One more look, head on. Horses we're looking at, pink and lime green silks of the 6, Ragtime Prankster, coming over on the 3, Connect the Brox in the blue silks right there. And that's the reason for the DQ in race number 4. Race 5 from Finger Lakes, there are no changes. I'll get you the prices here for race 4. $2.84 the winning mutual. Dime Super, let's go to the double, $7.68. Exacta, $16.38. Trifecta, $14.04. Super, $6.28. Pick 3, $2.91. Fifth race, no changes. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Late Pick 5 wagering. Post time race number 5 in about 23 minutes at 3:05 p.m. Did have a claim. Race 4, number 2, So Spirited. Horace J. Gilberry, new owner. Jose Rojina, new trainer. 2, So Spirited, claimed out of race 4.
All right, remember 9 race card. We're going to start the late pick 5 with race number 5. Looking back at the 4th. Made it look easy. Rockstar Casanova, as the main controlling speed, was able to control the speed. Probably was the best horse in there as well. Cabercoa for M. Anthony Ferraro. All right, we look at the 5th race. It's a wide open one. It's a good one. A 30,000 optional claiming allowance race. 30,000 is the tag. You got Uranium and Bustin' Away both in for the tag. Everybody else is eligible for the condition. Start looking at the 7, Bustin' Away. Have a big step up in a sense because he's going from a 2 state bred condition to this one. But he's good at the distance. He's got 3 wins and 4 starts at the distance. And for the 2 state bred field, it was a good field he beat. He did take advantage of a track that was favoring his running style. But there's not a lot of speed in this race. You got to figure Scott Giottori is the only other one that's got any kind of early speed. So he could go out there with that one and maybe take over. He's got a big shot to make it 2 in a row. But it is a tougher field. The 6 mandatory getting some play, but he's been off a long time. He's been off from March of 2025. That was his only start in 2025. Before that was June of 24. I would demand a bigger price if you're playing that one. He does have a class edge on this field, but the layoff is a concern, especially with only just 1 start in 2025 and then a layoff since then for a year. The other one to consider probably would be Uranium. I like the fact that this horse has got some fitness. He was running against some tough horses at Tampa. He is cutting way back in distance from there, although he did go 5 furlongs last time. It was off slow, it was just too short. See if he can have some impact in here. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and the late pick 5 starts with the 5th. They're going on the track.
Coming on the track for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Uranium and Luis Perez. Number 2, Pompous Prince, Joel Cruz, the jockey. Number 3, Scotiatore and Kevin Navarro. Number 4, Hey Hey Harry, Andre Worry. Number 5 is Crypto Causeway and Jeremiah Flores. Number 6 is Mandatory and Emmanuel De Diego. Number 7, Bustin' Away and Cabercoa. And number 8, Rhymes Like Dimes and Michael Davila Jr. Post time in approximately 4 minutes. 2 minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. Race 5 from Finger Lakes. Field of 8 to go, 5.5 furlongs. 8 to 5, number 7, Bustin' Away. Scotiatori goes in. Mandatory. Bustin' Away, Rhymes Like Dimes to the outside. 6 to 5, Bustin' Away. They're all in the gates, and they're off half a step tardy, Scotiatori. It's Busted Away who sends out for the lead. Mandatory flashing early speed. Scotiatori races in third. And then it's Rhymes Like Dimes far outside in fourth, 2.5 lengths off the lead. Hey, hey, Harry had the check slightly while in between horses, now behind horses in fifth, 3.5 lengths off the lead, a gap of 2. Back to Pompous Prince to the inside of Crypto Causeway, and a margin of 4 to Uranium, who is at the tail of the field, busted away, taken on by Mandatory with 3 furlongs to go. Scotiatori behind the speed in third. Then it's Rhymes Like Dimes outside fourth. Pompous Prince circles up on the outside in fifth. Then it's Hey Hey Harry, the back two markers, Crypto Causeway and Uranium as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Busting away, cuts the corner. Mandatory is on the outside with Scotiatori, who gets every chance. Scotiatori is up in a second, a length off the lead. Busting away, taken on by Scotiatori. Also a late rally from Pompous Prince on the outside. 16th to go. Busted away, digs in. Scotiatori trying to pass. And it's a photo. Scotiatori got a good bob there right at the end, but that's a photo with Busted Away. Then it was Pompous Prince and Mandatory. Photo finish for the win. A dead heat. A dead heat for the win. Between the 3 Scotiatori and the 7 Busted Away. Third, the 2 Pompous Prince. Fourth, the 6 Mandatory. Dead heat for the win. First into the winner's circle, number 3 Scotiatori. 8th career win for this New York bred. 9-year-old bay gelding by Central Banker out of Armis Jones. Lamarcus Stable owns. Jonathan Buckley trains. Kevin Navarro, the winning jockey. McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds bred Scotiatori. Then we've got Busted Away, New York bred, 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Bustin Stones out of La Rignana. Michael R. D. Tommaso, the owner. M. Anthony Ferrero, the trainer. Caber Coa, the winning jockey. 2 wins in the card for Ferrero and Coa. Hibiscus Stables, bred Busted Away. Dead heat for the win between the 3 and 7. Prices $340 to win on Scotiatori, $210 to win on Busted Away. Lots of prices. Here we go. Double 4-3, $750. Double 4-7, $430. Exacta 3-7, $8.78. Exacta 7-3, $5.36. Trifecta 3-7-2, $7.36. 7-3-2 trifecta, $3.89. Dime Super 3726, $7.93. Dime Super 7326, $4.28. Early Pick 5, 5 of 5, $38.44. 6 race from Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double. Late Pick 4 wagering. Post time race 6 in about 19 minutes at 3:35 p.m.
All right, getting ready for race number 6. Doesn't get any closer than that. Resulted in a dead heat between Bustin' Away and Scott Giottori. It was Caber Coa and Anthony Ferraro and Kevin Navarro and John Buckley. They heated. So if you had either one of those alive in the pick 5, pick 4s, or whatever, you're still alive. You might have it for $1 if you had both of them. I guess that's how you look at it. 6th race goes a mile, and look at the board right now. Yeah, the outside horse, Beach Invasion, going to get a lot of play. He looks awfully tough in here, where he's running against open 30,000 maidens going a route at the fairgrounds. And granted, those are off tracks that he's been up against. This will be the first time on a fast dirt track since he ran as a 2-year-old in New York. Well, they're also tougher fields at fairgrounds in those open 30,000 maiden claimers. So you just got to bring the form over here, and he'll be awfully tough. The problem is going to be tactics. You know who the speed is. Comes from the 4, Wisecracker. Wisecracker is going to be out there. It's just a matter of him coming back to Beach Invasion. He'll probably stay close and try to wear that rival back. Maybe he'll get some help from his stablemate too. Shake It for the Bird does have some early speed, maybe not the speed of Wisecracker going long, but he's got some. And if he gets a little help from up there, he could stay close. And it's not like Beach Invasion doesn't have tactical speed himself, but he's got to be sitting right off of Wisecracker, and it should be tough. Now, Wisecracker is the speed. He ran huge off the layoff, going 4.5 furlongs. He's trying to chase down and close some ground in a tough field of main special weights. And then didn't get beat all that badly last time at 5 furlongs. Those distances are not ideal for him. Now, he's had a lot of chances, but he hits the board a lot, and he runs well to his competition. So I think the stretch out, if he is able to make the lead in here, he could be dangerous. But look for him to make it interesting late, as he always does. Solo flights of 3, he'll stretch out to a better distance after a couple sprints, and that should liven him up. He wasn't that badly beaten in the sprints, and those races are just too short for him. Like Wisecracker, though, he's had a lot of chances with 21 starts, but the right kind of trip could put him in the winner's circle. It's hard not to use him in the top 3 off of his form, especially considering he should run a lot better going a mile. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 4 starts with the 6. You got about 5 minutes to post.
On the track, race 6, Finger Lakes, there's number 1, Honor for Mandan and J.M. Ruhina. Number 2, Joe G23 and Jackie Davis. Number 3, Solo Flight, Andre Worry. Number 4 is Wisecracker, Joel Cruz. Number Number 5, Shake It for the Bird, Luis Perez. And number 6, Beach Invasion and Cabercoa. Post time in just a few minutes. Two minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. Race number 6 from Finger Lakes, 1 mile. For maidens, 3 to 5, number 6, Beach Invasion. Shake It for the Bird and Beach Invasion. They're all in the gate, and they're off. It's Wisecracker and Shake It for the Bird. These two accelerate out for the front end. Joe G23's towards the inside. Now in a little bit of tight quarters in third, now losing third to the favorite Beach Invasion. And then the back two markers, Honor for Mandan to the inside of Solo Flight. Whole field covered by about 8.5 lengths as they transition to the backstretch. Shake It for the Bird on top by 2. Wisecracker, Beach Invasion, right outside second and third. Then 2.5 lengths back to Joe G23, a clear cut fourth. A gap of about 4 lengths to Honor for Mandan is about 3 lengths in front of Solo Flight. First quarter mile, 23 3/5 as they run to the half-mile pole. Shake It for the Bird and Perez on top. The lead's a length and a half. Beach Invasion and Koa outside in second. And then it's Wisecracker who loses a spot in third. 2.5 lengths further, Joe G23 fourth. Honor for Mandan has about 9 lengths to find in second last. And then 3 lengths to Solo Flight who trails. The half in 47 2/5, 5/16 to go. We got a new leader, and it's Beach Invasion who has overhauled Shake It for the Bird. And then it's Wisecracker. Joe G23 up the inside, now up into third. Honor for Mandan goes wide for the stretch drive in second last as they turn into the stretch. Beach Invasion, Shake It for the Bird. Joe G23 outside third. Wisecracker fourth. Honor for Mandan outside fifth. 1 furlong to go. Beach Invasion has the lead by 3 lengths. The battle for second. Joe G23 to the outside and Shake It for the Bird. But in deep stretch, Beach Invasion, it's clear. Give Ferrero and Koa 3 wins in the card. Joe G23 second, Shake It for the Bird third, and Honor for Mandan fourth. Six, 2, 5, and a photo for fourth. Number 6, Beach Invasion first. Time for the mile, 143.46. winner's circle number 6, Beach Invasion. New York Red, 4-year-old bay gelding by Omaha Beach at a Goodnight Moon. Kevin Stedman is the owner. M. Anthony Ferrero, the trainer. Caber Coa, the winning jockey. The New Hill Farm bred Beach Invasion. 3 wins in the card for Ferrero and Coa. $2.40 the winning mutual. Daily double 3-6, $7.04. Consolation double 7-6, $2.98. Exacta $38.32. Try $31.85. Super $31.58. 4-3-6 pick 3 $3.08. Consolation pick 3 4-7-6. $1. Or no, consolation pick 3. 2 pick 3s there. 4-3-6, $3.08. 4-7-6, $1.24. We had that dead heat in race number 5. So not consolations, 2 double payouts. My bad. Pick 4, 4-4, $2.76. Race 7 from Finger Lakes, there are no changes. Win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time, race 7 in about 19 minutes at 4:04 p.m. to Dave, I want to let everyone know Horseshoe Indy has canceled. Presque Isle is the replacement, and programs are on sale if you're on track for Presque Isle Downs, just outside beautiful Erie, Pennsylvania.
All right, with 9 races on the card, this will be the final pick 3 beginning with race number 7. No big surprises in race number 6, maybe for second or third, or maybe for second. Joe G23 made the exacta, but Beach Invasion showed his stuff. He was classier than those, and it was Cabercoa for M. Anthony Farrow. Probably helped. I like the tactics. They kind of used Shake It for the Bird as a rabbit in a sense, because what he did was he got a clear lead. He went a little quick, but he made sure that Wisecracker didn't get an easy lead in there. So I like the tactics that they used with the 2 uncoupled entry, and it probably did help Beach Invasion's cause. 7th race, this is allowance race. Now where's of a race other than main claiming or starter, which have never won 4 races. Now looking at a pretty evenly matched race, and there's some question marks in here. Look at some of the players in here. I mean, Keegs, however you want to say it, he's been running in the starters. He actually ran well. That starter at Tampa is a lot tougher than our starters, although his last race wasn't a tough starter. Generally, this would be a step up, but this horse has a nose for the wires. Numbers are good. And the race that he comes out of, even though generally the starters would be easier, well, that race came up tough. It had Ola Thobel, who is up for Horse of the Year. East Coast Girl doesn't get any quicker than that at 5 furlongs. So the top 2 horses were really good horses in that race, and he wasn't that badly beat to Ola Thobel. Again, is up for Horse of the Year. So I can see this horse. He's 5-1 morning line. Obviously, these are classy horses, but so was the last race. It was kind of a starter that was better than it looks. The 4 horse is He's Got It. You talk about the class on paper, he's it. he wins. If they ran this race back in, let's say, November of 2024, there'll be no question about it. But not a lot of activity for He's Got It. Only 3 starts in 2025, and really only 1 start because the first 2 starts of the year were in January and February. So he only made the 1 start at Saratoga. It wasn't that bad, actually. But that's the only activity he's had. He's had 1 start since February of last year. Obviously, on paper, his races are better than these. But that layoff is very much a concern. The other part of it is there's not a lot of speed in this race. If you notice, the one is showing speed, but more in routes. Can You Hear Me Running showed a little speed last time at 6 furlongs, but they didn't go that fast. They did 23 and change for the first quarter. Keggs could actually get the front if aggressive. I'm not sure if he wants to do that, but it is 5.5. I can see about on the front line. The 1-horse Skylar Starship, yeah, he's showing route speed. He probably won't be that far back in the sprint. He broke to the front and faded last time in a route, but this distance isn't bad for him. He's in for the 4 lifetime part, so he's only a 3-time winner. He didn't have a victory last year, but he did get competitive against arguably tougher fields. So from the rail, you can see him get a position and maybe hang around for a share. I didn't like the 5-2 price on this horse, but I think you could make a case for him, at least to get in the number. Okay, get a little bit of play. 4-1's a good price for Skylar's Starship. It's a pretty good race here for the 7th. Good betting race. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the late pick 3 starts in here.
Horses are coming on the track for race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Number 1, Skylar Starship, Caber Coa aboard. Number 2, Can You Hear Me Running, and Jose Baez. Number 3, this time, Yes, Oscar Gomez. Number 4, He's Got It, Luis Pena. Number 5 is Keggs and Kevin Navarro. And number 6, Newport Bridge and Joel Cruz. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the gate for race 7 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go, 5.5 furlongs, an allowance race. Wide open betting board, 5 to 2 on number 2. Can you hear me running? 5 to 2 on number 5. Kegs. Now 2 to 1 on Kegs. He's got it into line, Kegs. And Newport Bridge to the outside. They're all in the gates. And they're off. It's Kegs sent to the offensive, getting that early lead over Can You Hear Me Running. Skylar Starship's at the fence this time. Yes, is in the 3-path, only a half length off the lead. Then the gray Newport Bridge in second last, and 3 lengths to He's Got It, who's at the tail of the field. Can You Hear Me Running leads this group into the turn, has a lead by 3 parts of a length over this time. Yes. And Kegs outside second and third. Skylar's Starship towards the inside fourth. The gray Newport Bridge is in fifth, 4.5 off the lead, in a space of 5 to He's Got It, who's at the tail of the field. They got a quarter of a mile left to travel. Can You Hear Me Running's the target, as it's this time, yes, to the inside of Kegs, second and third. A few more lengths back to Skylar Starship. Red Cap in fourth to the inside of Newport Bridge. They run down to mid-stretch. Can You Hear Me Running will try and fend off this time, yes, who comes to confront on the outside. This time, yes, wrestles that lead away from Can You Hear Me Running just inside the 16th pole. This time, yes, your winner. Can You Hear Me Running second. Kegs third. Skylar Starship fourth. Three, two, 5, 1. Number 3 this time, yes, first. 5.5 furlongs, 105.16. Seventh race official, $9.98. The winning mutual on this time, yes. Dime Super, $6.05. Double, $17.38. Exacta, $28.48. Trifecta, $15.10. Official winner, number 3, This time, yes. New York bred, 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Not This Time out of Citrus Bloom. Paul Barrow. Owner trainer Oscar Gomez, the winning jockey. 3C Stables bred this time, yes. Eighth race at Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Late daily double wagering. Post time in about 19 minutes at 4:32 p.m.
All right, get ready for the 8th. That was this time, yes. Taking the 7th race. Nice bounce back effort by that one on the cutback in distance. Oscar Gomez for owner trainer Paul Barrow. All right, look at the 8th, another allowance race. This is a number 1-3 condition. We're going a flat mile for this race. And yeah, it looks like the speed comes from the outside. Seems like Destiny. He's got the one start this year going short. It was a nice tightener for him. And now he's going to stretch out. And he's done well at this track. He didn't win last year, but he showed his speed and he held pretty well to hit the board against some good horses. You know, Phil Monic, Mr. Ripple, Military Road. Those are all some nice horses in those conditions. So there's no shame in getting beat. But he does have a little bit of trouble, or he did have a little trouble sustaining that speed. Well, he's the one they're going to have to catch again. But the question is who's going to catch him? And probably the 4, Vagano, horse by Honor Code, has done well here. One of his 2 wins has been performed at Finger Lakes. One of the wins was at the distance. He's hit the board 3 out of 5 times here at Finger Lakes, and he exits a 35,000 claimer at Gulfstream Park. Now, he lost by 10 lengths, but he was close up and against arguably tougher horses in those races in Florida before that. Class-wise, fits nicely. He'll probably be in contention right behind Seems Like Destiny. If that one does get a little short late, he could be the one to get by to get the victory. The 2 horse is Not For Nothing. He's another one that I use. He likes this racetrack. There's one thing you say about Not For Nothing. He cut back in distance, was running on artificial, and I think he had another start at Finger Lakes before that, and he won. He did really well in the Tin Cup Chalice with Cast a Coin, pretty good one for Jacqueline Falk, and is right at the wire. It wasn't even his best distance that he just barely got beat in that pretty good 2-year-old event. Well, he did have 1 win last year, and it was at a price at 17-1, beating a good field in the mud. But since then, he has caught muddy tracks, all 3 starts against some tough competition at Mahoning Valley. I think coming back to Finger Lakes, he might be worth a look at as a long shot, just because this horse has shown that he likes this track, and he does have some good breeding, and maybe the change in scenery might help the chances of Not For Nothing. Consider using them in here. But right now, Vagano getting most of the early play at 6-5, no surprise. And the speed of Seems Like Destiny is the other one you get in action at this time. He was actually entered in the Barker, scratched out of there for this spot. Exacta Tri Super, a daily double offered in this race. Got about 5 minutes to post.
Horses coming on the track, 8th race from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Bolt to Run and Jose Ventura. Number 2 is Not For Nuttin' and Stephen Fretz. Number 3 is Solo Dancing, Emmanuel De Diego. Number 4 is Vagano, Caber Koa, the jockey. Number 5, Evander Keen and Jackie Davis. And number 6, Seems Like Destiny, with jockey Raylu Gutierrez. Post time in just a few. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the gate for race 8. Evander Keen and Seems Like Destiny. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Good start for Seems Like Destiny, who's going to try and cross and clear. Solo Dancing's towards the inside. We'll let him cross over. And then it's Vegano who settles mid-flight in third to the outside of Not For Nuttin'. Then 2 more lengths to Evander Keen in second last, and a space of about 4 lengths to Bolt to Run, who's at the back. 6 furlongs to go, and they angle on to the backstretch, and it's the gray. Seems Like Destiny calling the shots in the front end, has the lead by almost 3. Solo Dancing defers in second. Not For Nuttin's outside of him in third. Another length to Vegano's on the extreme outside of that middle cluster in fourth. Then 3.5 lengths back to Evander Keen in second last, and another 4 lengths to Bolt to Run, who's at the back of the pack. Opening quarter, 24 4/5. The opening half in 48 4/5, and it Seems Like Destiny leads on top by 3 open lengths. Solo Dancing in pursuit in second. Not For Nuttin' is nudged upon in third. Vegano's in fourth and has about 5.5 lengths to find. Then 3.5 lengths to Evander Keen, who's 3 lengths in front of Bolt to Run, who's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. And Seems Like Destiny, Gutierrez taking a look back for the competition, and he sees he has a substantial lead as they turn into the stretch. Solo Dancing, green blinkers second. Vegano outside third. Not For Nuttin' fourth. They got 1 furlong to go. Seems Like Destiny leads by 4 over Solo Dancing and Vegano, who battle for the place, but it Seems Like Destiny a front-running victory for this one. Vegano second, Solo Dancing third, Not For Nuttin' fourth. Six, 4, 3, 2. Seems Like Destiny first. Seems like Destiny pays $4.12 to win. Daily double, 38.30. Dime super, $3.39. Double, 38.30. Exacta, 9.70. 50-cent trifecta, $4.83. Official winner number 6, Seems Like Destiny. New York bred, 5-year-old gray gelding by Destin out of Buston at the Seams. Bradley Dufresne and Troy Smith, the owners. Troy Smith, the trainer. Ray Lou Gutierrez, the winning jockey. 2 wins on the card for jockey Ray Lou Gutierrez. Eaton and Thorne Incorporated bred, Seems Like Destiny. 9th and final, Finger Lakes, no scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time in 18 minutes.
All right, getting ready to conclude this card, and congratulations to Troy Smith as he got the victory in the 8th. Seems like destiny, able to get that clear early lead and just kept going. Raylu Gutierrez, maybe that was the key, getting Raylu on that horse. He no speed like lone speed, and he was able to sustain it. Go to the last. Just a reminder, no live racing the rest of the week. We're going to return on Monday. We got a 3-day week next week, Monday through Wednesday, running all 3 racing days. But the next day, Monday, 12:55, first post. 11-9 claimer is this 9th. 9 winners of a race since the date. Never won 4 or for 3-year-olds. It goes the distance of 5.5 furlongs. From a route race with no speed, where it seems like Destiny was the main speed, to a race in the last loaded with early speed. You got Sharp has a Saratoga Banker on the outside. Almundro also has speed, but not as fast as the other ones. Solo's Fury's usually forwardly placed, but he's probably going to sit a little more, I would expect. The true closer in here would be the one, Emerald's Forest. His last race was not very good, though, at Belmont, the Aqueduct meet. The previous starts weren't bad, where he's hitting the board against their 10,000 open claimers, but he likes this racetrack. He has 3 wins, Finger Lakes, 3 wins at the distance. 6 for 7 in the top 3 at this distance, and they should be backing up to him, you would think, if the pace does take its toll. Got this one at 8-5. The 2-horse, like I said, Solo's Fury, I wouldn't expect this horse to be as aggressive. He's not as fast as the 2 horses on the outside, and he can lay close. He doesn't need the lead. So his last race isn't bad off of a layoff, and he can move forward from that race. If he can get the right kind of trip, sitting behind the pace and move at the right time, he's another one that just might get the perfect trip for race number 9 to win. I see Saratoga Banker is getting some play, but he's going to have to earn it. At 4.5, he battled the whole way and was able to beat Back to Reality. Looking Super could not pick them up, but I think he benefited more from the distance. 5.5 today. Like I said, he's not faster than Sharp has. He's as fast, but Sharp has had a little bit of a history of not breaking that well, which would help Saratoga Banker if he was the one to break to the front. But he's almost like he's a need-the-lead type, that he's got to at least be on the front line with Sharp has to have a chance to win this race. And he can. If he can improve off of that race, he does have a little bit of back class and good early speed, that he is dangerous. So those are some of the contenders as we finish out this 9-race Wednesday card. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta offered in the last. They're about to go on the track for the 9th.
Coming on the track, 9th and final, Finger Lakes. Number 1, Emerald Forest, Andre Worry aboard. Number 2, Solo's Fury and J.M. Rohina. Number 3, Almendro, Jackie Davis. Number 4, Paint the Line, Emmanuel de Diego. Number 5, Count Frost, Oscar Gomez. Number 6, Sharp As, Jeremiah Flores. And number 7, Saratoga Banker and Caber Koa. Post time in just a few minutes. Want to let everyone know programs for the Monday card at Finger Lakes available for download for free at fingerlakesgaming.com. Free programs are available online for the Monday card here at Finger Lakes at fingerlakesgaming.com. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the gate for the ninth and final from Finger Lakes. Programs for the Monday card, next Monday card at Finger Lakes, available for free for download at fingerlakesgaming.com. Loading up for the ninth and final Finger Lakes on this Wednesday. 9 to 5, number 1, Emerald Forest. 2 to 1, number 7, Saratoga Banker. 7 to 2, number 2, Solo's Fury. Almendro, the 10-year-old, in the line. Paint the line. Count Frost, Sharp as, Saratoga Banker. Sharp as, into line, Saratoga Banker to complete the loading process. And they're all in the gate. And they're off half a step tardy, Sharp as, and having the check slightly, Count Frost. Saratoga Banker, but now it's Sharp as streaking to the front. Saratoga Banker second, Almendro towards the inside in third. Paint the line emerges in fourth to the outside of Solo's Fury, and then it is Emerald Forest towards the inside, it skims the rail, and then about 8 lengths to Count Frost, who's at the tail of the field. Entry into the turn. Sharp as has pressure from Saratoga Banker. First quarter mile in a robust 22 1/5. Almendro shaking up in third. Emerald Forest towards the inside fourth. 6.5 lengths off the lead. Solo's Fury is next. Then it's Paint the Line and many lengths back to Count Frost, who's at the tail of the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Saratoga Banker takes over from Sharp as. Emerald Forest, the danger on the outside in third. 3 lengths off the lead, and then it's Almendro and Solo's Fury. 1 furlong to go. Saratoga Banker, but it's Emerald Forest. Forest comes to tackle on the outside, but Saratoga Banker is game. Saratoga Banker repels Emerald Forest for the win. Sharp as was third. Solo's Fury fourth. — 7162, number 7, Saratoga Banker first. 5.5 and 105.74. Back to the winner's circle, number 7, Saratoga Banker. New York bred, 6-year-old chestnut gelding by Central Banker out of Memories of Mom. Gags Racing Stable and M. Anthony Ferrero, the owners. M. Anthony Ferrero, the trainer. Caber Coa, the winning jockey. Robert Harris bred Saratoga Banker. It's 4 wins for Ferrero and Coa in the afternoon. Ninth race is official, just waiting for prices. Those prices will be up momentarily. Ninth race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Wednesday. Next live racing date will be Monday. First post at 12:55 p.m. You got those programs already available for download for free at fingerlakesgaming.com. But for today, from high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening. Those prices will be up momentarily.